Morning, folks. How's it going? So today we're going to be working on drone stuff. 1 second here. All right. So let me talk a little bit about the plan for today. So I've been doing a little bit of robotics work, and I made a couple small discoveries in the process of that. Um, Specifically around continuous reward functions. And actually, I kind of realized that these are going to let me make some pretty cool drone demos, if I'm correct. Welcome, Majid. Give me your X profile. JSuarez5341. It's linked everywhere. It should be linked on Twitch, and like all the channels should be linked everywhere, but here, I'll put it there anyways. We'll do the explanation of the specific technique for reward functions in a bit. I think for now, I'm just going to start cranking on the new sim to test this stuff. Okay. Oh yeah, we also, one other thing. I did run some experiments overnight. 2048 needs more experiments, it looks like. It kind of found a couple things. And Neural MMO, this is the more interesting one. So, I had never gotten this thing to train stably at a high gamma before. So I increased the gamma just to see. And this looks like it's doing pretty well. We're going to have to wait to see how the slope compares to the other experiment longer term. But so far, this is looking good. Okay. But I'm sick of like running fiddly little experiments, so what we're gonna do today is we're gonna build the new drone env. This is going to be very similar here. We want to divide this number, let's say 64 each. What's that? Is that 32? 4 times 32, I believe. Oh no, I'm dumb. Times 16. It's gonna be 16 envs. We'll have 64 agents each. And we can leave the rest of these as is. What's your new discovery about continuous space? It's a little bit technical, so I'll describe that in more detail once I've been, once I actually get into building the env. Welcome, Sam. We're doing drone things today. You guys have any idea on what drone I should get you, by the way? Are you calculating env num? Just the number of environments you want to run. And what's the impact? I'm usually computing based on a target total number of agents. So if I want there to be like 8 environments with 1,024 agents each, right? And then I want to have 64 agents per instance, then I need 16 instances per process. 16 times 64 is 1,024 times 8 processes is 8,192. Not sure if you saw it, but I sent a paper yesterday. Most people do inference on board. Okay, so we can possibly do inference on board. I actually do wonder if we could do inference on board on CPU and like cut down on parts and cost and weight. Like a small policy. Not 100% of the radio stuff. If you make sure that we can actually like, if you actually know that like, yeah, this is probably like, this should be, we should at least be able to like send commands to this and we'll be able to get started. And you just say, yeah, like get this, this, and this, I will send those to you. Just send me the address and like the parts. Send you. Creating an M from scratch? I wouldn't say from scratch because really this is going to lean very heavily on Sam and Finn's drone physics. And it's going to be deeply related. My hope is that doing some of this stuff is also going to give us some insights on how to structure rewards for their tasks as well. Excuse me. This works. Video modules are hundreds of pounds. Wait, hundreds of pounds? Grams or pounds? It's gonna need to have like a decent CPU is the only thing. It can't be like an Arduino processor. But my hope is that like a decent CPU should be easier to get than well, to be fair, I don't know. You'd have to do some timings, right? Like let's say that we're gonna run like a 128 dim policy. Oh, pounds, I see. Europeans and your fancy units. So yeah, I mean the thing is, Sam, like I will actually send you a drone that's like several hundred pounds. Um, that's fine. The thing is, it's like it's way better if we get a cheaper one for the purpose of like then the final result can run on a cheaper drone and then we can spin that into something bigger because like we can actually, there are lots of companies that do this type of stuff, but if we can make it work, on like a very cheap drone, that's actually really, really useful, right? Because then you can make thousands of them or millions of them. Okay, we don't need rings for this one. Yeah, and I will be here doing drone stuff for most of the day, so. I'm not editing your environment, by the way. This is a new, so I'm not messing up your stuff with rings. I'm just doing something separate. I think we're gonna get like a drone physics module or whatever. We'll just take like all the drone physics, like put it into like a standalone, use it wherever. Hey Aditya. Hi Joseph. I completed my computer science bachelor's from top tier institute. 1.5 years of experience as a software engineer. Several past months, I've deep dived into the field of ML, RL, complete theory. Well, that makes one of us because nobody really understands the RL theory. Implemented PPO, bipedal walker. Then understood multiple papers. And implemented basic policy gradient stuff. Basic policy gradient on self-play agent for connect to X Kaggle. That looks like you've gotten a pretty darn good start in RL. I don't know if this cut the rest of your message off or if you have an objective here. That seems like you've gotten a pretty solid start. You've done things absolutely the hard way, mind you. We've got some stuff that would make a lot of that a lot easier for you. Been still at work will be half the man hours. Theoretically solid and having implemented few agents from scratch. Now I want to collaborate with people working in this field, work on it full time, and potentially publish a decent paper. You're in the right spot for that. Exploring the field of sample efficient RL, multi-agent systems, wherein multiple papers have been published in the past few months. Those are going to be two completely different areas. Now, at this stage, cold mail professors, collaboration are providing. Yeah, absolutely. And I literally did that as a high school student. And like it worked. So yes, you can absolutely do that. If you're looking to learn more stuff though in RL, we kind of have all this open source going on at Puffer. And there are a heck of a lot of things that you can learn around here. I can tell based on your message that you're almost certainly running things like 1,000 times too slow. And it's really, really hard to make research progress when stuff is running that speed. This has actually been like the main breakthrough that we've made in Puffer in the last year, is now like everything is actually fast and stable and sane. So with your background, you'd actually be pretty well positioned to start doing some of the research side stuff around here. It's all open source, so you're free to publish whatever. I might be able to help you get in touch with a few different PIs as well. I'd have to see more about like the type of stuff that you're able to work on, and I'd have to match that with like things that I know other people are working on. Because the number of academic RL labs that aren't doing language models right now is pretty small, frankly. Puffer's kind of like a open source private lab, so we actually do a lot of this type of work here. Puffer is going to be published at RLC. I'll go present that in a few weeks as well. Publishing is not exactly our main focus, mainly because I don't like spending my time writing pubs, but you're absolutely free to publish stuff on any work you do around here if you're interested in that as well. I mean, as for my own background, right, I finished my PhD up at MIT like a year ago, a little over a year ago now. I still have some connections. I think we'll just do... Does this thing have like a tick parameter? Yes, it does. When is RLC? Well, I actually still have to register for it, but it's in Canada. University of Alberta. August 5th through 9th. So yeah, pretty much my plan here is I'm here for another couple weeks, and then I go to California for like 2-3 weeks, and then I go here and I go back to California for a bit. Yeah, I'm scripted. Okay. Spring draw. Draw cylinder. If you've typed anything else, Aditya, and it hasn't showed up here, then I haven't seen it for reference. Sometimes X eats your messages. Okay, so this seems to work. So now we gotta do a few things. We gotta make this multi-agent to start with. Like add a num agents. Yeah, we probably want to make a drone. This. Type the message twice, but it's not displaying. X is a little bit janky. Here. Are you on our Discord? Public. Discord.gg/puffer. This is also where we do all our research. Sometimes X just like drops stuff with either links or long messages or too many messages. It's like, it's just weird. Okay, so we do need to init now this. We do. Drone. So basically what I'm doing here, for folks who haven't seen the drone stuff before, Finn and Sam put together this nice physics sim for a quadcopter. And they have this nice demo, it's on the website, where it flies through various rings. And we're generally looking for like more stuff we can do with this. And then we're also going to try to put it on real hardware. But you know, that takes a while to figure out, so we're doing some more sim stuff in the real time. And one of the in the meantime, And one of the things I'm trying to do at the moment is see if we can get like swarms, which I've done separately, but not with like reasonable physics. So I'm going to try to put together like a nice multi-agent drone version of this that we can use. So the idea is we'll have like a few different drone demos. Fine. This is fine. They're all fine. Okay, so the only other thing I believe is that we have to do this chunk of logic right there, right? The rest of it's pretty good. This chunk here. How reasonable would it be to convert this agent into a mathematical expression? Symbolic regression. Not reasonable at all. You're like never gonna get closed forms for any of this type of stuff. It's all numerical. You're not gonna like, particularly given that we're parameterizing the agent by an LSTM, you're not gonna have like a closed form. You're just not gonna have a closed form for something like that. Yeah, does this make any sense? Env actions. A box? Yeah, it's a bug. Oh wait, clamp 4. Ah, I see. Sad. But maybe it could be converted. It's not particularly sad because we're actually able to solve these things incredibly well now. I mean, like, you can take like the most trivial possible task in RL and try to like, you can try to throw as much math as you want at it, and it just doesn't work. But check this out. Okay, like here's a super basic task, right? Just Pong. Super basic task, right? This is a random agent playing it. This is how long it takes us to train an agent, just locally on the same machine. Okay, it's done. There's your agent. So RL used to be this highly empirical thing that didn't work, and now we've turned it into this highly empirical thing that actually works pretty consistently. Do you think AI is overrated, overhyped in general? But RL specifically? It doesn't seem like huge breakthroughs have occurred with RL recently, but maybe I'm just underinformed. It's simultaneously overhyped and underhyped. I think it's the like LLMs are literally going to solve everything next year. Like that type of stuff is no, that's not happening. But AI is actually it is the thing I'm the most excited about, and I do think we can solve like everything with it at some point, probably not with just LLMs. As for breakthroughs in RL, you haven't been watching Puffer apparently, because we've made massive breakthroughs in the last year, even in the last few months. We literally have made the whole process of doing research in RL 1,000 times faster. We've taken it from this horrendously messy thing where PhDs in RL can't really do anything and don't understand what's going on to something where now we have like brand new people actually actively contributing productively to our research and literally able to do it from their home desktops. We have better algorithms, we have 1,000x faster simulations, we have like 25 different environments that we can use for research. We have scaled results where we train on a literal petabyte of data on one server. We have all sorts of things. Welcome, Suri. I don't know what's wrong with my fingers. Can't type today. Can you make it so I can send links here? I don't. if you know that if you know where the setting is in YouTube, yes. I've looked for it multiple times and I haven't been able to find one. It's like some default link filtering crap that YouTube does. I do have Discord up on the side monitor. Welcome, Major. What about using RL in a real-life application? It's been used in Fusion, data center cooling, chip design, driving. It's been used in a lot of applications. It's just scattered around a bunch of areas that you don't hear about. AlphaFold is not a children's game either. AlphaFold is like actually powering advancements in computational chemistry and bio right now. And these are not like children's games at all either. Like literally the decision-making problems in all of those are way harder than the vast majority of what's happening in LLMs right now. Here's the thing. People see that RL is used in games and then they think it's just like for games. The reason we use games is because they're interpretable. There's a very long history of AI using games for research. And it's because it's a heck of a lot easier for us to understand what is going on throughout the research process with something interpretable like a game. That is why we do it. The tech is completely general. Like, we throw the exact same thing on a drone or a robot or whatever, and it works just the same. And we've seen this repeatedly. Radio Master Ranger Micro module. Press LRR. Press LRSOS. Like I said, Sam, if you put me together the links to this stuff, I will just send you the hardware. And I will send me the hardware as well, and we can both hack on it. Why no RL for writing code or doing math? Because you have to think about what that entails, okay? So, reinforcement learning is good at complex, fiddly, unintuitive optimization problems where you have a fast sim. That's what it's best at. You have some sort of interactive environment that you can run really fast to generate lots of data. The problem is really unintuitive and not like human coded. Language is not that. So RL is being used right now in LLMs for post-training, but the thing is, we can't do this type of stuff here because that's like 10,000x plus the amount of compute that you need. They're using very similar algorithms, though. In fact, arguably, they're using even simpler, more primitive algorithms in RL than what we are using here. So my focus isn't like, how do we use RL to write code? Everybody else is already doing like language model crap on that, right? It's like, how can we use RL to solve all of those unintuitive processes that language models will never solve, ever? And the proof of that is quite simple as well, by the way. If language models are like general reasoning things, and they're meant to like reason roughly kind of like humans are, sort of, humans can't solve any of these optimization problems, right? They're like all sorts of like fiddly configuration problems all over the place, and it's just like, you can't do it. You need to learn through interacting with the sim. And RL does it instantly out of the box. Like flying, like this drone sim, 100-something thousand parameter network. Learns in seconds. One GPU. StarCraft 2 bot and the Super Smash Bros. Bot. They play patterns. They learn it's looking really strange. Well, the Super Smash Bros. Bot is not superhuman, right? Unless there's been a newer one. Alpha Star is actually superhuman, so you can't say it just plays weird if it's just better, right? They're not meant to play like they're not trained to play like humans play. They're trained to beat you. They don't feel like they have any understanding. How can you say that it has no understanding if it beats you and it beats everybody else at the same game? Same for the Dota bot. It's just a mechanical optimization. They're rate limited. They can't just they cannot spam buttons at max possible rate. Superhuman. That's part of both of the works of Alpha Star and of Dota. Offline RL, working with data instead of simulation to reality. So a better word for offline RL is not RL. Offline RL is just straight up supervised learning. It literally discards the most important fundamental part of RL. The mechanical, I don't know what it means, like just a mechanical optimization. I mean, if just a mechanical optimization does the task better than any human does, then you can say that it's like, okay, like it's not actually understanding stuff, but then you have to also say that the humans also don't understand anything, right? Episode return and length. Beating a human is equivalent to having a more conceptual understanding in the task. If you have, it depends. It's not going to be one-to-one because they're going to understand certain things. So, like, humans might understand certain aspects of the task more, but the bot inarguably understands other aspects of the task better and is able to beat you using them. So if you remove all the rate limits, right, and you make it like literally able to make like millisecond precision actions constantly, then no, it kind of just out mechanics you. But especially in something like Dota, which is a lot less of a snappy game, and it's rate limited, yeah, it just understands the game better. It's also superhuman at team play in a way that like humans fundamentally cannot be. And that's not cheesing it either. That's a fundamental capabilities improvement over humans. It's like you would have to have one person playing all of the champs and it still wouldn't work. Like anywhere near as well. Yeah, Dota's my favorite result in the field by a mile. Like so many things in RL, like They all come from Dota. What looked like a complex task, just a mechanical. Dota isn't very interesting, then you don't understand the game. Simply put. The decision making that RTSs and MOBAs and stuff involve is like orders of magnitude more complex than a lot of the decision making in like real world processes that we care about. It's just a lot of the real world processes, right? Nobody's bothered to write good sims, or nobody's nobody's bothered to even write all the data down in a good way. Use this ability at this point in time after. That's not how the games work at all. Have you actually played any of these? Like, because if you have, you will immediately get smashed and like understand very, very quickly that these things are very complicated problems. In fact, not having enough respect for the complexity of games is one of the most fundamental mistakes that I see a lot of RL researchers make, and a lot of the reason why they repeat the same old mistakes for years upon years. It's probably been one of my greatest advantages in research is understanding this. Like so many researchers, they'll disrespect the Dota result because it's a game, for instance, and then they will go like onto some robotics problem or even like some basic real world sim problem, and they'll say, "Oh, this is a real problem. We need real algorithms now." And they'll spend months and months and months developing crappy algorithms that don't even make a difference, when literally just doing the exact same thing from Dota would solve the problem immediately. And we've seen it over and over. I can't understand how PPO works so well. I mean, it's policy gradients with a clipping term to prevent you from going off policy and generalized advantage estimation for credit assignment. Those are the things you need to understand PPO. That's it. Think how we do this here. Part of the problem with RL is that basically learns the optimal strategy within a particular environment. Change the game or environment doesn't generalize those things. Yeah, that's not true at all either. And to the extent which it is true, it's also true of humans, so it's irrelevant. I mean, you can look at like any of the things in domain randomization. You can look at stuff like XLand, where you have like recombinant solutions to problems not seen. There's so many counterexamples. Heck, just the fact that no game of Dota is the same as any other game should be enough to like show you that. But again, like you can see this in other areas that you would have more intuition about as well. being better at the game. More like it explored more space in a shorter time frame. If you're defining things in this way, then you've made the term understanding irrelevant. If being better at the thing doesn't imply that you understand it better, then it's like, it's the concept of understanding as you've defined it is completely irrelevant. Humans may play at a high level with 1%. This is again, this is a complete, this is like a false dichotomy completely. Humans are not tabula rasa, okay? Humans, you put a human in front of a screen, they already know how to play the game at least basically without having ever touched it. That's not learning, that's baked in. That's baked into your visual priors. The game is literally intended for you to play it the way that you want. Look, I can take all the graphics in the game, I can swap them with random assets that make no sense. I can have humans fail catastrophically. With any amount of time that you give them to play this game, they will fail horribly. And guess what? The RL will learn exactly as well as before. I mean, I've heard all of these arguments right over the years. And of course I'll entertain them. And the thing is that I've seen so many researchers go down these paths and they waste years. They literally waste years on dumb problems that don't matter because they do not understand this. And the funny thing about this is the things that I'm describing to you here don't even require like a ton of mathematical sophistication to understand. They don't require you like years of research experience. They require you to read a single digit number of papers and learn a small amount about the tasks that actually were solved in some of these major experiments. That's it. It's not that I'm mad, it's just like, ugh. It irritates me to some extent, because these are literally arguments that I've dealt with from academics during my PhD for years. And they went on to do nothing in the field, by the way. Precisely nothing. None of the fancy algorithms that came out of these arguments got anywhere. And it's because of, there's this fundamental lack of understanding of the implications of some of these larger results and what they mean about the direction for research. I mean, literally, the center point of what I've done in the last year is just to make everything fast and then rerun a bunch of the old experiments, but actually do them with good science, because we can actually run enough experiments to draw meaningful conclusions. And literally just the small changes that resulted from that have made a completely different field. If you try to solve something with Puffer now versus with SB3, it is a completely different field. So I try to steer people away from the path where it's you're just not going to have a good time for a whole bunch of years until you eventually come around. Hey, DVD. What am I building here? I'm building a drone environment here. The goal is to get a whole bunch of different drones in this sim to fly around in a sphere without colliding. This should be done today as well. Yannick, hey, I saw you completed 2048. Looks really good. Happy to see it on the website. Yeah, that actually ended up being a ridiculously useful research environment, Yannick. So thank you for that. I actually have quite a few follow-ups to do on that. The model on the website gets a little bit over 2048 average, by the way. Used a lot in research. That's why I built it. It's a good benchmark. See that individual RL implementations work. Glad to see it get 2048. I had a few struggles. We get it running in toward amazing torture all both. So Yannick, I literally I have it running with the default model without even the conv model. Takes quite a bit longer, but it actually solves the game with that. I keep more of an open mind. You know what the truth is? Sometimes I wonder, these questions are just questions. No, you're good. So the thing is, there's some context here that you're missing, right? So I've been doing this stuff since like 2018 or whatever. And basically from 2018 until maybe 2022, when most of the researchers went off to do language models, you constantly get these types of arguments from academia, and they're all circular, and they were actually used to gatekeep a lot of the really important engineering that needed to happen in RL. So basically nobody did it, and academia kind of dug its own grave in RL. So you asked why like there hasn't been a ton of progress in RL. It's basically because the entire field decided to collectively to focus on dumb shit that didn't matter, provably didn't matter, write hundreds of papers that went nowhere, and then give up and all do LLMs. That's like a not even uncharitable description of what happened to our field. And it irritates me because RL is really cool, and it's really powerful. Like, there's nothing else like it where you can just solve stuff in 30 seconds out of the box in the way that we can now. And it sucks that, like, pretty much a good chunk of the field just died because none of this stuff was possible until a year ago. And what was required to make this possible? A completely different perspective to the one that you described. That was what was required. So much so that I literally couldn't even do it in academia. I had a very supportive advisor, basically let me do whatever, but still within the confines of academia, it was just impossible to do it the way that it needed to be done in order to dig ourselves out of this hole. Wow, usually I got nans. Did you do one hot encoding? Nope. I literally just threw all your data into the neural net. Isn't that funny? So I did the dumbest possible thing and it still solved the game. The only thing I was wrong about is it did actually take quite a while. I trained it for like 5 billion steps. But the next plan is I'm actually going to run like a big hyperparam sweep over this because there really aren't that many tasks that take billions of steps. So I'm actually kind of curious how much, to what extent this is like architecture, like model capacity, hyperparams, and other stuff. So you're passionate, I commend you on your work. I mean, I gotta be, man. I've been doing this stuff like, this has pretty much been my sole focus since halfway through undergrad. Now, the cool thing is, like, before, basically, I would make these sorts of arguments, you know, around... The arguments that I would make would be things like, hey, our base algorithms are actually pretty good. We need better environments to study. Things need to run faster. We need to be able to handle, like, more interesting types of tasks, right, to evaluate stuff on. And this really didn't go very far. But the thing is, now I've actually built all this stuff, and it's powered all of the advancements that we've made. Love to see a hyperparam sweep. So I did it, Yannick. I did it overnight for you. I think I need to run it for longer, though. So the best score that this gets... The best score that this gets is about 900 in 200 million steps. So I think I need to, like, run the sweep where the minimum time is, like, 1 billion or something. And see if it solves from there. individual M's run for a very long time. Learning happens in the last few steps. We have M's that are longer horizon than that, though. And that have way worse reward signals. What I did here, I must not have been paying attention. Come on, drone. For some reason, I thought this was going to be much quicker to do. But no big deal. This should make the sim multi-agent. And then we can work on adding the new reward function in. You use search, you get a ridiculously high score. 2040 and even 4096 is above human average. It's still slow by puffer standards. Should be able to do better. So this is why it's a research end, right? I'm gonna I plan on adding a few different experiments in with this. Howdy from work. Hello, Finn. Welcome. Issue with the web controls. Take a look at that. Yeah, that would be helpful. I don't know why you can't control it on the web for some reason. How efficient is transfer learning in RL for enabling agents to adapt to new games using prior knowledge? Not at all effective. Yeah, basically not effective at all. I mean, the reason is pretty obvious as well. Like, you're basically asking, hey, if I pre-train ImageNet on just cats, how effective is that to transferring to identifying houses? Not how transfer works. What do I do here? Initialize trail buffer. Yeah. Do we want to be able to get video from the drone back to the controlling PC, or do we only want sending commands? We're going to need to be able to get video somehow to debug it, right, Sam? Because we're going to have to do at least some sort of basic perception stuff. Because it seems like you need a separate receiver for each. Lovely. Okay. This is just all like the work needed to make this thing multi-agent. Drone project open for collaboration. Yeah, I mean, pretty much everything here is. We're generally just trying to figure out how to get like good drone stuff, good drone sims, and good interesting drone behaviors in Puffer. So Salmon Fin wrote the initial physics sim. I've been using it for a few things. I'm trying to add this multi-agent component now. And then there's also the idea of trying to get it on real hardware. Okay, we're almost done with the boring bits here. Almost done. once we at least can just have like the initial environment, but have all the different drones flying around in it, it's actually not that hard to make the new like steer reward function and stuff from there. Observation changes may be a little difficult. We will see. And I'm sure that trail path is wrong, but whatever. Grab something to eat. Parts list nearly ready. Awesome. Okay, no agents. Here we'll have to change the instantiation. Okay. The heck? Oh yeah, observation size changed, right? What did I do here? Oh, trail length. Yeah, like that. Hey, look at that. So obviously we need to change some stuff, but we have 4 drones. See? That is progress. Progress. Let me grab some coffee real quick, use the restroom, all that. I'll be back in a few, and then what we'll do is we will actually see if we can get four drones training first, just to like go to the center or whatever. And then we'll get like, I don't know, 64 drones or something to fly in a sphere. And I think that'll be really cool if we can make that work. Right back. Okay. I wondered why I'm so tired today, and of course I know why I'm tired. It's because I was up on with you all until like 10 something last night. Frickin' working on the robotics end and stuff. Okay, so let's fix observations. So we now have 9, 13 observations. Okay, we have 13 observations. And think of a good reward we can give them real quick. Just like a quick test reward. Model.bin is not in public GitHub. Did I forget to commit it? Love watching the bestest RL streamer on YouTube. No one optimizes weights better than you. Welcome, Jub Jub. Glad you're enjoying. I meant to commit the weight, so if I didn't, it's because I screwed up. Ah. There you go. Looking at cheap, tiny programmable drones. M5, let me look that up. M5 stack. Open source programmable quadcopter. When it says programmable, does that mean I can just run code on it, or is there like some dumb GUI? How do I convert in general though? Puffer export, environment name, -- load model path, path to the .pt. Remove that bot. I program the bots around here. This one is mediocre. Sensor. Opt flow. Something like this could work. It doesn't have a camera, though. I think that we want, like, the thing that we probably want to do initially is just, like, run some really basic point detection thing on a camera. So we don't have to deal with all these different sensor types. Because, like, basically, could we get a distance sensor to work? Yes. I mean, maybe this is good. I don't know. But, like, we're not going to be able to do a race course with this, right? Ops flow, we wouldn't be able to make. Like, we wouldn't be able to write a sim for this sensor, I'm pretty sure. An agile little thing. Decent. Welcome, YouTube folks. We're doing drone stuff today. Drone has no observation. Ah. We have to change this a little bit. Apparently, these Radio Master ELRS transmitter things work with any drone, but I don't understand why they're so expensive and have active cooling. What are they doing? What is so complicated? No idea. No idea. That's why I gave you the hard job of figuring it out. I think it uses this or something. We'll get a quick electronics degree. It's not that hard. You kind of have to grind electronics a little bit, but it's like, I don't know, electronics is like a uniquely easy thing to grind, if that makes sense. I think the most hours I've ever put into working on anything has been when I was doing a bunch of electronics work when I was like 16 or something. And there was like a 3-day span, like a 72-hour span where I worked well over like 65 of those hours and started like literally seeing shit. But despite being in that state, I got the project done. In some sense, mentally, it was a good break from all of the frickin' math. End of observations. Electronics. Electronics is easy if you stick to digital electronics. They're ICs for most tasks. Exactly. Done some electronics before. It's a pain, but you can always bang it out. PDCs feel less. Yeah, you get into not as fun areas. Go. Moose. Missing required keyword arg. That should not be a required keyword arg. I deleted that as a required keyword arg. Video somewhere somebody uses a PCB as a drone chassis. Funny. Huh. Oh, here's why. Hey, it runs. What's the most outrageous bug you came across while programming? How long did you have to work to fix it? Honestly, the most outrageous bug I've come across has probably been suppressed. I've probably mentally suppressed the worst bug ever, but I don't even know. The worst one recently was a contributor decided to edit some of our core infra using a like Gemini or Claude or one of the LLMs without fucking understanding it. Most of the PR was fine, so I didn't notice, but there was like a one duplicated line change that could cause random seg faults like hours or days into training that were indistinguishable from hardware failures from the logs. So I literally, to fix that one, I had to get a repro script that basically involved searching over random seeds until I could find something that caused it deterministically to happen within a few seconds. I couldn't even like put print statements or anything because it would mess up the stack frame. And like eventually I managed to find like edits to the code I could do that would not mess with the stack frame so much that it would still reproduce, and isolate it down to like the specific chunk of code. And then I found out that it was accidentally telling the C implementation of Python's garbage collector that it could collect stuff before it should have been able to, therefore causing Python to not non-deterministically, but to seemingly randomly free something later on during execution, and then the only error trace you would get from that would be in the Python internals, so completely undebuggable. That one sucked. Automatic test? No automatic test would have caught this. No automatic test would have caught this. That was a shitty bug. The particular contributor who submitted that got flamed for a solid half hour in Discord. Yeah. That one took me like a solid, I think, 2 days straight to figure out what the hell. And it disrupted like hundreds of our experiments as well over like the several weeks before that. That was not fun. So pretty much, whenever we get these new hotshots that are like, oh, I'm going to learn RL, but I'm going to use LLMs to generate all my code. Like, no, get out. You will write your own damn code. Welcome, Arin. How's it going? We're working on drone things at the moment. The logging is not working at all here, though. It is. Well, that doesn't look good now, does it? Huh. RE drone is real-time transmitting actions instead of onboard compute a good idea. Latency should be... I thought about it. For demo purposes, we could do either. Eventually, it will be better to have it be onboard. So for demo purposes, either. Market is so messed up. Don't want to drift away from research, but I'm not being paid for the research. So any advice how to leverage everything? Yeah, it's tough. I have like the same thing, right? Where like I'm running a private research lab and like I'd like to go do a whole bunch more deep algorithmic work on the RL stuff I'm doing. But like ultimately I need to start building out applications with this thing. It's a little tougher when you're just doing something like as an individual versus as a company. So with Puffer, what I've tried to do, right, is I've built out all this open source stuff to the point where now we have stuff that's actually good and valuable enough that it actually makes sense to hire Puffer as a company. And it's actually more valuable in many cases to hire Puffer than it's just to hire just me personally. Because with all the tools that we've built and like the open source stack, we can really, really hammer at problems better than any individual person can without access to these tools, regardless of how good you are at RL. So I've kind of tried to do something where, like, all the research I do supports the business. But obviously, there's still much more work to be done here, right? Like, I want this to scale not to just, like, it funds the operation. It should be able to be something that's quite profitable. After all, you know, it's a lot of hard work. Um, and we're definitely getting there. It's just going to be a matter of like continuing to build like the best tech and then throwing it on valuable applications. The drone stuff is part of that. That's part of it, Major, yes. URL directed EMP. Can you even do that stuff without setting off a nuclear device? I want to see you monetizing all this effort. Yeah. I mean, we do have a couple of clients. We have like completed jobs as well. But definitely not at the scale I want it to be yet, right? This is very cool tech. We should be able to, you know, use this on all sorts of stuff. I mean, my long-term vision for this is really to revolutionize a lot of areas of hard science. Stuff like materials, really important. Stuff in bio, and automatic, like, automating research via simulation there is definitely interesting. There are, like, so many problems that this stuff is applicable. We just need to, like, build it more, and also get ourselves into positions to be building like more hardcore lower level sims, which we can do now. It's just that it's a heck of a lot better to do that stuff under contract so that, you know, you're actually putting all this work into something that's actually being comped well. This is the thing I'm most excited about too, AI and CS more generally and natural. Yeah, so Sam, that's absolutely in the roadmap. We went through a whole bunch of different applications, right? Of like possible stuff that we could throw this on as an initial like larger app. And we have a few candidates, but stuff like drones is definitely going to be a much easier starting point. Like, I think that we can honestly just steamroll pretty much everything that exists in drones plus AI, in autonomy and drones with RL. And we should be able to spin something large enough like out of that we can pretty much just do whatever from there. Take larger bets. Recommend me a good book for DSA, please, or any resources. You're probably asking the wrong guy for that. The Stanford CS 106X course is like okay. That's what I took. It's okay. Honestly, like the most important stuff to understand in like DSA is like an array, a mapping, which is a dictionary, and then basic graph stuff like breadth first search, depth first search, and that stuff. Priority queues occasionally come up. Um, linked list like things occasionally come up. That's about it. Heard of MIT courses which are public? Are they worth it? It depends on the professor, as with all universities. So people have this idea that like you go to Stanford, you go to MIT, the courses are good. Not how it works. You go to Stanford, you go to MIT, some of the courses are good. Because some of the lecturers are good. So you go to like MIT Open Courseware, some of them are very good, some of them are not. Me and Finn want to get some papers out soon too. Maybe we do a drone one. Yeah, that's all like we're good with that. Definitely good with that. Let me see if I can get you this end working. I want to make like I'm gonna try to get like a bunch of drones flying in a sphere based on your physics. I think we should be able to do it pretty easily. Yeah, Spencer. I figured we should have multiple demos for this stuff. Okay, so this is just not respecting the out of bounds for some reason. Take my leave, gotta study. Got laid off. Oof. Rough one. Yeah, unfortunately, the job interview process in software engineering is really stupid. Like, people just ask you really dumb questions. It's like on the level of like if you give me like my freshman high school trigonometry exam or whatever now, I'd fail it. It's not because I'm like washed or dumb, right? It's just like, dude, we haven't done any of that. Like, I haven't done that stuff in over a decade. So kind of the same thing with a lot of the software engineering interviews. Very silly. Oh, you have to reset the position. Duh. Okay. I have no idea what this reward signal is. Okay, this thing now is running at a reasonable speed. Yep, so not this. Okay. Now we gotta get the reward structure in place, right? So what I'm trying to do here is I'm trying to add the structure of the rewards that I figured out works well yesterday into the drone end, and that is specifically a delta reward. The idea is given any like state-based reward that says like this is the best position, so this is the highest reward, or like this is a bad position, this is low reward. You just do the delta of two rewards taken at different points, and then that gives you an unhackable reward function, which is quite nice. Jammed your DMs. Latest AI phase 2 clinical trial shown effective. Oh, so there's actually stuff here for us to do, huh? That's solid. I will read all of the materials. I will read all the materials. Once we have a sphere of drones. This is not it. Like, how's the cube drawn? It is centered at 0, 0, 0. It's also possible I messed up the physics at some point, right? Try that next. Doesn't look like it. Rails are definitely wrong. Let's fix that. The heck? Oh, I know what it is. Yeah, so they all have trails now, but they're all wrong. Yeah, this is just not indexed correctly at all. Shall we fix this? Trail count. I'm gonna have to come back to this. Let's see if I can get the learning thing, like the learning behavior working at least. Why would this not work? Like, what are we doing wrong here? Okay, so this is a mess. Okay, this syntax will make it a lot easier. Okay, well that still doesn't work, but let's see if we can at least get the trails working. Better. Okay, so now I guess the real question is the thing we've been punting on, which is why doesn't it learn? It's almost certainly a bug, because this should be very, very easy. Okay, it's clear it does not learn anything, yes? Okay, this is J. Anything else? Was actually a math screw up. We'll see if this actually trains now that it's fixed. Somehow worse. Not necessarily. Episode length is way higher, right? Not crashing, maybe. Very weird. Very weird behavior. Very weird behavior. Learning not to crash. To the walls, it looks like, right? Math's not mathing, most likely. Or reward's not rewarding. They are crashing. They're just crashing very slowly. What have I screwed up here, man? This is super basic. Oh, wait, hang on. This is definitely part of it. I think this is all of it. It could be. Okay. Huh. Interesting maneuver, not what we want. Okay. Programming when tired is hard mode, yeah. Well, it's kind of like I've mostly woken up. It's just I messed something up in the process. Like this should be a very basic port, you know? Reward function is right, isn't it? This is your distance from 0, 0, and it's negative. squared metric. Well, okay. Don't square your distance metric, dummy. Literally just don't square your distance reward. My bad. Okay, and this tells them all to like stay where they are. Interesting. This ends up being a hover in place reward. Let me think about that. Shouldn't this end up being a go to center reward? No? Am I wrong? Reset every 128, right? The fact that this is never positive, right? Thing. They're just hovering in place. What they observe. Last reward is equal to reward, and the rewards equal delta. Okay. Original time steps. That gave us a very different result, didn't it? That should have been easier to optimize. Something's weird. Something sketchy in here. Okay, so this works. There's like some small instability, but this produces the same result. Cool length plus hardware IDA? What do you got? This is correct that this gets it 0 reward. Maritime speedboats. What do we... Who wants to reinforcement learn speedboats, though? What's that a thing for? Like what would what would that application be for? Ah, okay. The drones couldn't see where they were. Yeah, that's what happened. The drones literally just couldn't see where they were. Yeah, there we go. So this is just them all trying to go to the center, irrespective of collisions. Added a pull request for small issues with web interactions. His key press didn't work on web. Huh? We use that in all sorts of environments, though. Hmm. Obstacle of yeah, but who's doing autonomous speedboats? Like, what's the application? Key down. Is key down is not? Isn't that gonna like repeatedly shuffle, Yannick? Like if you hold the key, it's just gonna repeatedly shuffle stuff, isn't it? Something screwy. Mscripting does weird things sometimes. Buffer end with Python is the same as written in C. Um, well, it's going to be like 100 to 1000x slower at the very least. But like, yes, you can write it in Python. Okay, so we're gonna now do the spherical reward. What this does. Yeah, this training is like super unstable. We have to resweep, I think, but it fixes itself by the end. Okay, now it'll actually be able to see its reward. Not super converged. Are we thinking a 30 to 50 millisecond delay? I think, Sam, that like if we get a demo that is PC controlled first and we do autonomous later, that's fine. Draw points along a sphere as targets. Working on it, Spencer. My LLM of choice reckons that this will be fine for acrobatic movement, not high-speed racing. Well, human pilots use an RC controller, right? Do they have one that has lower ping or something? Be fine. Yeah, your LLM of choice is usually very stupid. So unless it's like a different controller and yours is like, you know, slower. Your RL setup is actually ideal. Yeah, dude, LMs are stupid. They're real stupid. Isn't it crazy how little investment there is in RL compared to language models? It's like, no, actually, language models, they're PhD level intelligence, and they're gonna solve all jobs next year. Like, wait a second. You guys are lying. Not good. Okay, we'll think of doing this some other way. I think I have a working setup. Getting video back to the PC. All good video receivers, but I can get control working, and video should be one extra part later. Yeah, the main thing is the rings for that, right? Like how we figure out the rings. But yeah, if you have list, I can just order stuff. Not guaranteed cheapest or best, that's fine. Yeah, that's all I was looking for. The list. What's wrong with X? Oh, jeez. Comment. Oh, holy. I think this is like my best article. That's pretty awesome. I guess it just blew up today. Oh yeah. Ton of follows from that as well. Very successful article. It's always nice. I thought it hadn't done very well yesterday and was kind of bummed. Okay, so we have you have to get these from like a ton of different sites, huh? Stock's really flaky, I see. Like this thing, right? Out of stock. Okay, we can get these. These are the wrong size. These are 450s. They look bigger. One S. By generic. Yeah, it's just most of them look out of stock. I can do like I can add a few of these in. But like the five, for some reason you can add a bunch of single pieces. And you can't just get this stuff off Amazon, right? I don't want these guys to take like weeks to ship it to you. That would be ridiculous. Hang on. Like, is this the real thing? Because they have, it says that this looks like an official page. Shipping is never worse than a week max. Tiny country. It's on UK Amazon. Let me see. There's a distinct lack of freedom on your links, these UK links. What UK postcode should I give for this? See if we can get them. Yeah, I'm not, okay. Frame looks a bit flimsy. They're supposed to be very hard to break because the thing is, they're really light, so they can't really collide with very much force at all. I did not realize that is how you're... Okay. Add to basket. Why are they like quadruple marked up on Amazon or triple marked up? Oh, they're resellers. They're shitty resellers. Let's not do that. Yes. Yeah, it's like random brands basically reselling them at triple. But it's weird because I see them on the US site. I think I've ever ordered anything from AliExpress. They not just, I don't know, do they send you shit that actually works or is it just rip off stuff? Okay. Website. Ships from China though? Yeah, that's a pain in the ass. thing. Seller bought from AliExpress or Alibaba. Well, we don't want to get it from, like, we want to get it ideally from the original store. Because otherwise you get all sorts of shitty knockoffs. I don't want to deal with that. I mean, I guess technically the sites you sent me will work. You can just order it directly from the seller. They have a UK site. Okay, so this one from here, yeah. And you need multiple of these, or what are these? Hey, what exactly are these? Do these go on the drone, or do these go on the... Is this like a like a standalone, not plugged into computer, or what? What are you buying, drone or battery? Both. These are like super tiny batteries. For the receiver module when we use it outside without mains power. So it's a wall unit or something? It's not plugged into laptop? Yes, programmable. Imagine we're doing we have a bunch of projects around here. I'm confused. Is this the same sort of thing though as the drone? Like, do I need to get you a bunch of these and a charging bank for this, or what? Or is this one last longer? Because it's just for a receiver. They can definitely get these. This. We have this thing. Transmitter. Male to female jumper cables. Like breadboard cables? Okay. So jumpers, this thing, batteries. And this. Connect. Okay. Sent me. Spoiler. Alright, let me see if I can not leak this. Send this to you on the side. Hope it works. I do as well. It's annoying when it's always annoying when you can't just get everything off of Amazon. I did this correctly. Past. No idea what that means, Major. I'll have some good bratwurst though. Okay. That's first one sent. Can you sign into... Can I order Amazon Co. UK from a US Amazon account or no? Do. Hi, friend, what's going on here? So a few things are going on here. We are working on drone simulations. And then also at the same time here, so Sam and Finn have done a lot of work on this. They're in the UK, and I'm figuring out how to send them a drone so that they can, like, try to throw this on the real hardware. Make sure you include the 7-digit number. Oh. Wait, on this second line. Did I do this wrong? I put, like, the number, the university. Is this gonna work in Miltech? Maybe. There are lots of things we can potentially do with it. For now, we're trying to just get drones working. Okay, this is not that bad because I can just add you guys as a new address to my Amazon. That number. Fine, okay. Postcode. And okay. Order includes. What items did I get you off of this? Okay. Oh yeah, it's just a thing. Need these? Yep, that's fine. What? Okay. that. Okay, so that's 2 of 3. What's the last one? The last one is the your FPV whatever thing, right? This shenanigans. 1. Here. Order you this stuff and we'll go back to writing sims. They'll have weird postcodes. Like it's not formatted the same way. Yeah, your postcodes are different from ours. See. Good. Everybody wants you to pay with PayPal as well, like. Alright, screw it. Hopefully I've done it right. First 2 letters are the nearest big city. That's cool. Billing postcode is not valid. Not like there's a space. So for some reason, this is not taking the postcode. Sometimes no space works. It doesn't take that either. If I misspelled something. No. Okay. Oh, billing postcode is not valid. Hang on. It's because it was doing my billing as... Oh, what? Well, this is dumb. It doesn't let me bill... Yeah, this isn't going to work on this if I do... It doesn't let me bill... Your FPV site doesn't let me bill to the US. So it's not taking my card because it doesn't let me... Yeah, it literally doesn't let you, though. It only lets you bill to UK or Ireland. That's really stupid. Does it work with PayPal? No, because it still needs a billing address. Well, I might be able to do that. It depends whether it tries to use the zip code for the card. Let me try using your address. It says that it went. Let me see if I get any complaints from my credit card provider. Oh, I don't have alert set up on this card. Okay, well. Your drone stuff has been ordered. Oh, this thing is still getting traction. That's crazy. This is my best article now, right? Go by likes? Or is the quick start guide higher? No, this is literally my best article. That's crazy. The clickbait, like the low effort clickbait article got more views, but this is actually, this is cool. Drone sim real coming soon. We'll DM you any codes. Oh, man, I hate ordering stuff not off of Amazon. It's always a pain. It's like always a pain, but there you go. We can get back to dev. But for folks watching stream, there you have it. If you build things that are cool, I may just send you hardware. I'm much more likely to do it sooner if it's orderable off of Amazon. Or at least one site. How do we sweep run for custom env using importable API? There's just a sweep function. It's the same as like train. There are a bunch of functions in there. You can just call sweep. Hey. Okay. Asks for env name, then give it the env name. Same as training. Not registered anywhere? What do you mean it's not registered anywhere? Oh yeah, of course, Sam. How will it found my env? So it'll call this load config function, and the load config function will look inside of like config slash whatever to do that. If it's a custom env not in puffer, then you're gonna have to do your own config loading. But if you just want to run a sweep on an existing env, it'll look inside of its default config path, and you can overwrite, you can add stuff after that, pass flags or whatever. Amazon too much easier, yeah. Okay, how do we do this? Distant. Just draw a sphere. We still need to make vecens. Yes, you still make a vecen. Because a puffer env doesn't do multiprocessing. Okay, so this is the sphere. Just want to get them to fly around the edges of the sphere somehow. The drones avoid each other. Not yet. They will. They need to be able to see each other, so let me fix that. Now they get their delta to the nearest drone that isn't them. So the goal is kind of like a school of fish. If you see the nearest one, you can like spread out. Slightly better. Yeah, I don't know why it does this thing where they all like go to this point immediately though, right? Possible I have defined the objective wrong. Seem likely, honestly. Oh yeah, I totally have, right? Okay, yeah, this is obvious. Your center to the external point. Yeah. We'll see if this does it. Okay, so let's make sure I did this correctly, right? So this is vector to the agent. Doesn't matter if it's inside the sphere or outside. This is going to project that vector to the closest point on the sphere. Then you take the delta again, and this should give you the reward. I think this is right. We will see. Okay. Yes. See if this is more stable at all. Yeah, so this is clearly not what we want, right? Sixteen-core CPU is not good enough, otherwise I would consider buying this. Okay, well that was even... actually, is it worse? Let's see. Okay, so we need a transparent sphere, obviously. Move your sphere later in the draw mode. Sure. Works like a charm. So, these guys are all going to the very center, though. Which is not the reward we were expecting. So, what is the likely cause of this? Did I define this not the way I think I did? Going outside for a bit. What's that? And we'll check back in later. Good luck. Thank you. So the closest point on a sphere. Right? No. It shouldn't be negative here. This should actually just be positive. I normally do, but the thing is, it's brutally hot here, and also I've got a bad knee, so I'm not really running. I'm mostly biking and rowing. So I have not been outside in 3 days. Just straight up. I probably should. It would probably do wonders. Let's see if this does it. Oh yeah, much better. Look at this. You see this? Isn't this it? Yeah, they're like basically on the surface of the sphere, right? Pretty cool. We got to make it way better than this. But you kind of get the idea, right, of what we're going for here. Make the radius a little larger. That's a solid start. As always, as soon as you get the data right, it works. As soon as you get the data right, it just works. I'm gonna use the restroom real quick. Quick set of pull-ups. If I go outside, I might walk outside for a minute or two. See. And then I will continue on this. I'll be right back. Oh yeah, in the meantime, if you haven't read this article yet, doing quite well. So apparently a lot of folks like it. Is on X. RL on a petabyte of data. My handle. Be right back. Okay. Creators must be. You made an instance of the env as an env creator. So it's expecting a function that makes an env, and you gave it an env instead. So it tells you right there with the API usage error, you're not passing it the thing it expects. That's what's going wrong. No, you don't need to make a wrapper. Literally just pass pi squared instead of calling it. You can pass the class as well. Just need to pass a callable. There's an env creator function. Every env has an env creator function you can pass. And you should just be able to pass the class as well. Either should work. They still flock at the polls? Yeah, because they're allowed to do that with the current reward. Does. How can I convert env to env creator? The env creator is a callable function. Yeah. You literally just have to delete like the thing that you did there. So you got pi squared from somewhere. You don't have to call it. You can just pass pi squared without the open close. You don't have you just pass the class. That'll do it. Or like a class or a function doesn't matter. $70K views on this technical article is pretty good. Funny. Yeah, article's doing well. Uh, must be Z is up, I guess. What to pass as env name? I believe it's puffer underscore squared, all lowercase. Okay, so this works. Custom env, not ocean. Pi squared is an ocean env, isn't it? Oh, puffer pi. Hang on. Yeah, it's puffer underscore pi squared like this for that environment. It's in ocean. Okay, so this vortex effect is good. What if it's a custom env? If it's a custom env, then you're gonna have to you're gonna have to go lower level basically, because here. Yeah, so this is the entire sweep function right here. That's it. So you can see this is designed to load configs for like existing environments. So if you want to do something that's more custom than what we allow with this, you can just use this bit of code, right? You can use this bit of code, which will still use the other things in PuffRL. And then you can just provide like your custom config and creator in here. What are you simulating? This is a whole bunch of drones. So these are quadcopters. They have physics for force generated by each motor, like each of the 4 motors. And I'm trying to get them to like nice and cleanly go in a spherical pattern with the reinforcement learning. Okay, so if I have probably like a density reward thing going on, right? Let's do like 5. Awesome. Yeah, this is a new thing from today. I kind of like I reused the physics from the existing drone sim, and we're seeing if we can get them to do like coordinated, like semi-coordinated form type behavior. Why are you not using simulated environments, like for example, ROS 2 or Majoko? Because both of those are roughly speaking about 1,000 times slower than our code. They're like ridiculously slow, bloated sims. We are training at millions of steps per second at the moment. That is not something that you will ever see out of any of those. Heck, even the GPU versions of those are nowhere near as fast as this. That remaining 2 hours when finished a bug? Minor oversight. Yeah, it breaks at the very end when it runs eval. Like, it goes negative or whatever. Third master's degree, final projects related with simulated environment where I'll be using RL for moving a robot. Cool. We just added mani-skill bindings. So that's like still 100x slower than our environments, but we don't really do like full robotic sims of our own. So I think mani-skill's probably the best thing I've seen out in that space. And what about PyMonk? Any interest on physics base? Is it fast? Like, the thing is, yes, but like, if I wanted to actually do physics sims correctly in Puffer, it's not going to be a quick project. Because I wouldn't just, like, grab some physics engine. I would go way lower level than that and see what I can actually make fast. Because basically, like, all of the existing simulators are just wrapping some engine, and, like, I don't believe that they have to be as slow as they are. Okay, this actually looks way better just from that reward change. Can I do, like, up this to 1? Let's see if this is too bad. Thing is still going. A little bit. 71,000. Hey, good article. 8865 as well. Like plus at least plus 100 followers, I think, from that. This is hilarious. Okay. This is good, right? Let's see if we can get the logs to be more even. Articles are a reach. No, a lot of the articles don't do very well. They take quite a bit of work. They do take quite a bit of work, in fact. Okay, so this is way better. Much more stable. Yeah, so this is kind of weird how this is working. What is the ideal score under this? Like, this is not as good as the other one, yeah? For low value loss. So the thing I'm a little confused on here, right, is the way the reward is structured. It's actually kind of tough to get like a global perfect or oh, we just have to. This is actually not hard. Hang on. We just present it one. We just present it. Know what we do? Perfect. See if this works. So the idea here is that this is actually going to tell us how close you are to the optimal, not like yeah, this will tell us how close you are to the optimal, which is sort of it's the same as the reward being trained on in a sense. It's harder to learn, but it's more accurate for eval. So let's see if this does something more reasonable for us. Okay, so this score variable, this keeps going up. Cool. We'll see the difference quite readily here, right? These episode returns are very similar, and they don't look like great. It's kind of hard to tell what's happening. But then we go by score, we have a clean learning curve. Okay, so how do we get this to be better? Are they missing observation data for this task? Guess it would be nice to have the reward components, maybe? Not missing data other than that, though. Try just one other thing here. This should just be hover. We'll see if they do that successfully. Heh. Evidently the yeah, that's not what I expected, but it makes sense that it does that. Funny. I think what I'd like to do is see if I can get this sim to have like a few different obvious tasks for the drones. And have it be like interactive so you can kind of play with them. So we can do like hover, orbit. and follow, maybe. Hover, orbit, and follow would be decent ones, I'd say. I'm studying Sutton's reinforcement learning book. Cool. A whole bunch of math. Oh, this is the previous position. Just use this. We're going to make this like an interactive thing. I guess this is kind of like an evolution of some of the other multi-agent M's I've done. But now it's going to actually be with drones, and we're going to make it like nice and interactive. I think we'll do it so that like we're going to see if we can jointly train the agents on a bunch of different tasks, pretty much. And then have you be able to select at test time. Yeah, and we'll just randomize at the end level on reset. Okay, it looks like it's learned something. Well, whatever it's learned here is what the actual task is, because these scores are good. So this should just be, yeah, this is just the hover task. So the drones learn to hover. That works perfectly. Yes. Basic hover task. Obviously, I have some visual stuff to fix, but pretty good. Let's do task idle. Task idle will just be fly around at max velocity. This is literally just fly around at max velocity. Subject to the other constraints of not crashing and stuff. Batch size must be... You set the batch size to something tiny then, didn't you? Yeah, you set the batch size to something tiny and the mini batch size to something bigger than the batch size. So did you like change the parameters? Because I don't think we have a batch size that small anywhere by default. We shouldn't at the very least. Batch size is a config parameter. Article's still going. 73K. Holy. Batch size is auto. Okay, then do you have like a tiny number of environments? Because auto batch size will just take the number of environments and multiply by BPT horizon. BPTT horizon. This is weird. Yeah, so you've got 2 environments. That is a very silly number of environments to have. I don't know, even if you're on like a CPU, for that, like set like at least 128 or something. Tiny number of environments. This should not be the same thing. Something is weird here. Okay, what about this follow task? We know how to do the follow task, right? Just have to make a target point. You just do like vec3 target pause. There. Easy. Okay, so this has a pretty negative score. Okay, so they do hover, which is weird. We'll fix that. But for now, add 4 to this, 28. Now they can see their task. And yeah, this should already be task randomized training. Backend serial multi, which one is better and when? We pretty much always use multiprocessing, except we use serial to debug. Just have to make sure you have a reasonable number of processes. Like, our defaults are usually set up to use between 2 and 8 processes. We'll make this part of the demo. This guy. Bot. Oh, wait. The goal is that we just add a few different drone tasks in here. And we train something that can do all of them. Okay, so it starts here. Gotta print the task. Byte and float. You doing like a different policy type or something? Just that the data is coming back from the environment in like a byte format. When it should come back as float, so it needs to be dot floated, which should be handled automatically by the default policy, but I don't know what you're doing in your setup. Opened PR for that remainder issue. Oh, thanks. Let me see how you did this. This is fine, I suppose we can just do this. Thank you. Hmm. Funny. What? This? Static list of strings. Hell is this? Whatever. Oh, it actually does change, but it changes for one frame. I can see it. Why does it do that? But how the heck does it get reset? $28. Okay, so it's... I can see the text flashes for a second. I can't see what to. Heck? What's wrong with this? Bizarre. Yeah, it is changing. It's changing back somehow. Oh. Silly me. I don't know how I messed that up. Wait, if? Oh. That'll do it. That's really stupid. Okay, that works. We run setup. Hey, Mohammed. Welcome. See what this does now. Okay, so this is the idle task where they're just kind of like doing whatever. Oh no, that's not an idle task. Apparently they do that. Cool. Thing. Possibly this just needs to be trained longer because this is 4 tasks. So let me look at that. Yeah, that's a very legitimate possibility. Not optimized either. Use a restroom while this trains real quick. And we'll see what this does. Okay, so this does actually improve. We'll see to what extent. Okay, this is the orbit task. It's not converged. It's like roughly doing something. Okay, yeah, the idle task, not so bueno. Hover task. No good. Draw small sphere at the follow target. Okay, we can now do the individual tasks. Oh, you know why? I know why this doesn't work, actually. I know exactly how to fix this. It wasn't randomizing during training. We'll see what difference this produces. Technically, it might not do anything super crazy. Hard to say. If this doesn't work, then we'll go one by one. Be able to get something today. This. Oh, cool. Well, this definitely did something. I don't know if I would call it an improvement. At least it does actually random reset correctly, I would suppose now. So again, if this doesn't work, we go one by one in the tasks. And then if it works with all the tasks and doesn't work together, it's probably just a matter of training it for longer. Yeah, this looks pretty similar, kind of just a noisy version. Comment. Every so often I make a stupid comment on something and it's like gets way more attention than I intended. Okay, so I don't think this worked, but we'll see. Yeah, that's not orbiting behavior, right? It's really crappy. Okay. One at a time. And now they don't need ridiculous amounts of experience anymore. $200 mil. It'll hover, orbit, follow. Get rid of this mess. This was the joint one. Now this will be the individual one. And we'll see whether it's like one problem task messing up learning or what's going on here. Okay, this one doesn't look very good, right? Oh, you dummy, you didn't... Okay, so I didn't actually redo setup. That's why. Try it again. At least we know the original's consistent. Okay, so this is a very different curve, yeah. This looks good. Ah, this is the issue. My reward function apparently sucks. Evidently, this gets very high reward. What if we just give them 0? You can just literally do whatever you want, just don't fly off the screen. Or, like, smash into each other. Okay? No reward. I think we're not including some calcs in here. I think we're probably screwing this up. Let's see. Yeah, so right here. I do add a log here, though. Whatever, let's see what this guy does. They kind of just do whatever they feel like, right? It's a pretty cool thing for them to do, right? They just kind of hang around, do whatever. Okay. Pass cover. Okay, this one has very negative initial weird behavior. Go back up, or did we just get stuck? Looks like we don't go back up in time, huh? Okay. Why would this happen? Perfectly reasonable reward. Seem like it. Just need to train longer? Like... Pretty nice that this thing runs at this, at the very least. Yeah, it does actually just crash. It's weird. Oh, it crashes in the process of... thing. Yeah, it crashes like in the process of learning not to crash into walls. The rest of the score gets messed up. Thing. We'll just see what this does, yeah? I figured out how to balance all these. Hmm. Issue, by the way, because of final eval. Save the global step and reset after it. Issue is, by the way, because of the final... Oh, that. Save the global step and reset. You can't actually reset there. That messes up other things. I probably just have to readjust a little bit. There are a few small things like this, right? There are a few small cosmetic things like this that mess things up. Okay, so this works, right? They hover. Yeah? Took them a little longer to figure it out, but they hover. So that's so far. That's 2 down, 2 to go. And then we have to do the fun thing of figuring out how to get them to go together. Love how simple it was to get Puffer running. Thank you. I try to make it easy. I really do. Currently, I'm distracted by trying to get Puffer to do a whole bunch of like real-world apps to build out business side of stuff. So we're doing drones, we're doing some little robotics things, we're doing a bunch of other stuff. Which I forgot to send a message. Well, this looks like it's scoring well. So orbit probably doing okay, yeah. Probably should rescale all the rewards a bit. I want to make sure that they actually work first. For follow, just do... That's fine. Okay, this is orbit. Orbit works. It's a pretty good policy. Looks cool. We're happy. Follow. Kind of stuck on torch error, what? The environment worked before, right? Like before you started doing CLI, before you started doing stuff from the interface. So what's happening most likely is that the data is not coming in as floats to the policy. You might have to cast it to float manually depending on what you're doing. Observation data is not guaranteed to be float. You should like stick a breakpoint in there and see where it's happening. You'll see where like the data is not being cast correctly. Because like we can't give you all the observation data in floats because it's slower. That makes sense? It's slower to move floats onto the GPU than it is to move bytes. So sometimes we give you bytes. Policy device is CPU. Yeah, that is different though. Device and data type are different. Okay, we get this. This thing is good. Bounces somehow. Error comes from forward eval. Likely because the data is not being passed to it in a reasonable format. Are you using a custom policy? Yeah, pi squared trains for the defaults here. See? It's pure Python training at 500k almost steps a second. What do you think about a device auto detection? It's a little annoying because it messes up multi-GPU. It defaults to CUDA on everything, I'm pretty sure. Doesn't it? Like, it'll default to CUDA on like a CPU non-Mac machine as well. Do I not have it on the first line of the docs? I could probably add a dash device to here. Real quick. I could do that. I'm surprised I don't have that there. Okay. I can add dash train that train dash device to that. Hang on. Yeah, I was thinking of doing that, but actually, it's a little bit more annoying and complicated to list them out. Because, like, you can do, like, CUDA 1, CUDA 2, and then there's other, like, niche stuff. You can give it anything that's a valid device. I can do that. It's, like... It's slightly misleading, though. I can do, like, this. You know what? Do that. There you go. Happy with that. Tab is F. Fine. We just want to make the target bounce around a bunch. Yeah, that's what we want. We want to reverse the direction, right? Yep, that's a nice like bouncing behavior, right? Boing. Yeah, bouncing's really easy to make look reasonable. Solve type issue. What was the issue? Yeah, so like I said, right, some observations weren't getting cast to float. Our trainer normally does that for you. If you're doing some custom thing, it might not happen. It can't observe the target pause. That's kind of a problem, isn't it? Pretty good. See if that does it. Do you think this could be a performance issue? Uh, yes, if I were to do that, if I were to make all of the environments return floats instead of bytes, so that can't happen, it would in fact be a performance issue, and a pretty major one. There's a good reason why it is that way. And like again, our trainer does handle it for you. Normally our trainer does handle that for you as well. Possibly the object's fast. Learning. On sweep, it's not implemented. I don't know what you mean by that. Trainer is good, right? Since my speedboat idea was a flop, how about a Doom env? There is a Doom environment. It's VizDoom. We've gotten it to train at like a reasonable enough speed-ish. It's like okay. But it doesn't really do much for us on applications, right? Like solving Doom doesn't even do anything for us at all. On the business side, at least. It's like cool core research. But it doesn't really like translate to anything else directly. Main issue, right? Do you have ideas? Well, you see I'm working on drone stuff at the moment. Oh, this is pretty good, right? Follows. Obviously, we need to like prevent them from colliding. But so far, that's like a decent enough starting point. Hey, Finn. Yeah, we have like several different tasks that we can train the drones for, and I'm going to try to train them to do all of them at the same time with one model. We'll see. Oh, I did this backwards, didn't I? Drone seeing as X, Y, or pixels. It's getting relative offsets. So it's getting relative X, Y. Even when we do real hardware, we're probably not going to do direct pixels. We're going to do like some data extracted from pixels and then RL on state. Pixels are just super obnoxious. So slow. Like you can do it, it's not harder, it's just slower. I need offset. Because if you do stuff in absolute coordinates, it's just harder to learn. You have to learn like all possible combinations of mappings. It's a lot more robust and easier to learn if you use relative positions. Okay, well, not a super encouraging graph. We'll see if it picks up, though. Huh. We probably need to normalize all the rewards, Frank. Let me look at that. What's like the tanHF function that they use? Or tanch function that they use in Maniscale? Look. One minus tanH of distance. I mean, they just want a squashing function to normalize it with. Short-term reward is key to learn faster. Well, it helps. Definitely helps. Okay, so this is learning. This is orbit, I guess. This is idle, so do whatever you guys want. Follow. Follow works. Hover. Oh, that actually they do. They go back to their original positions. Look at that. And then they hover there. I mean, this is not bad. For a first run, multitask learning kind of works. Into that and prototype something. I think that the next thing for drones, so we have more sim stuff we can do. I think the biggest thing is going to be getting it onto the actual hardware. The tough bit. I've kind of just like been doing this to see what we can do once we have more of them. Let me see what we can. Is it 528 here? Yeah, let's just say that I'll spend the next little bit of this, the next little bit on this, just tweaking this, and then maybe after dinner I'll do some other stuff. We'll see. No. Really like the TNH idea. Your reward. Yeah, that's not even fully correct. I come up with good normalization factors here. This should be a much better metric, I believe. This should at least be better. We'll see if this still learns. More physics stuff me and Sam will add from the Zurich paper. Oh, awesome. That should be pretty easy to port in as well. I'm trying to make us like an extra... I'd like us to ideally have multiple different drone-adjacent demos. Kind of just start to build up stuff in this space. Holy, 590 on this. Very good article for me. Yeah, that's like the one thing I don't want to RL is like maximum content watchability. Like that shit's gonna get added to the Geneva Convention at some point, mark my words. It's kind of like a good analog to this, right? Would be like, okay, imagine that you RL'd heroin, alright? Heroin happens to be super addictive, right? But what if you RL'd a version of it that's like literally impossible to quit? And then you go, well, it's your choice to take the stuff, but it's literally impossible to quit because it's it's like that kind of a thing where it's like, well, yeah, you have free will, you can do whatever, even though we've literally designed this to hack your biological reward signals, right? No thanks. I'm good. Like, I have no problem doing defense type work. That type of stuff, screw that. The targeted ads are honestly not that bad. The targeted, like, shorts and stuff are awful. Geneva suggestions. Okay, so this is not bad. Oh yeah, that's actually better. Way more stable. We'll see if the behaviors are good. Looks like the new reward function style works. No environment scores coming from importable sweep on Neptune. Depends on the environment. You might have to give that a second. The metrics on Neptune can take a second to show up. You should see some metrics, right? If you see it on the terminal and it's set up correctly, like you should see it on Neptune after a second. Okay, so orbit doesn't work great on this run. $10, so no, nothing shows on terminal. Pi squared. Let me see what metrics this has. Okay, pi squared doesn't have score. It's like a trivial environment, it just has this reward. So you should see reward there. That's the only metric for this env. The metrics that show up in Neptune for env are the same as the metrics that show up on this dashboard. Alright, so we're gonna do this orbit thing. RL's fun when it works. It works very, very well in Pufferlib. You're like new to the space, it seems, so like it's gonna take a little getting used to, but I mean if you see like by comparison to the other stuff out there, you will see this is considered like very, very, very much working. How many follows did we end up out of this article? Oh yeah, that's it's gonna be over 9,000 soon. I'm thinking maybe over the weekend I might write the quick start guide. We're gonna see how I'm feeling. I might do it on stream. I don't know. I might feel like just writing the quick start guide on stream. We'll see. Because everybody always asks me for like intro materials. I'm thinking I do one guide that just has sections that takes you from like whatever starting point you're at all the way up to this is how to contribute productively to RL research and like actually apply it to hard problems. because I'm new. You can help beta test it for sure. Right, doc? Well, I mean, I'm gonna write, like, stylistically, I'm gonna write it the way that I write stuff, right? Yeah, I think we just need to tune the sphere reward a little bit, and then we should be good. Was this backwards? No, this is correct. Drone stuff, yeah, it's there. Oh, this density reward needs to not be here. When will you be back after dinner? I don't know, depends. I will probably come back right after dinner. It just depends how I'm feeling. Like, I also haven't gotten in any, like, good weightlifting in several days. I don't always work until 10. Right, starter guide this week. I might do it over the weekend. It just depends on how everything else lines up, right? Depends what other work is high priority. Oh yeah, it is 5:50. So for folks watching, I gotta run to dinner in a couple minutes. If you're interested in all this work though, and you're new around here, Puffer.ai for all the things. It's all open source. You can help me out for free just by starting the repository. You can also follow on X. If you want to get involved with development, we have lots of brand new RL people in here. Discord. Discord.gg/puffer or click this button. Do it on the 4th of July. My family is going to be visiting tomorrow. They'll probably be here like tomorrow evening. We might have stuff to do on the 4th. I'm not sure yet. But if I, if it makes sense, then yeah, I can do it on. I can probably start writing on the 4th. I mean, it depends, right, man? It's like, if I wake up and I'm like, yeah, I'm not feeling like writing today, I'm not going to force it because it's not going to be good. A lot of like the benefit of the flexibility I have with my schedule working on all this is I kind of just work on the stuff that I'm currently the most motivated to do. And it's a lot more productive that way. Big day for our USA friends. I don't know, we kind of just like go get a good dinner and whatever. And depending on what state you're in, depends on how many fireworks there are. But yeah, Freedom Day. Okay, so they don't actually want to orbit because this, interesting. That's why I'm asking. Yeah, it's like the thing is I don't keep a schedule in the way that you'd expect. Yeah, I'll notify on Discord or whatever. Like my work is very much organic, right? Like I'll write an article when it's like, I have an article that I think I could write and I'm in the mood to write it, right? I don't know. I find creative work like really hard to force. You have a normal job? I believe so. I don't know. How do I know the radius of the drone? Is there like a drone size or something? Like roughly if I just want to make like a collision radius? 0.3? Looks like. The arm length is 0.1, so it's 2 times that-ish, so like we'll do 0.3. We'll try like this. This is don't run into each other. We'll join night stream. Yeah, we'll see how I'm feeling. I might be back for night. I also might like do like a short gym session and then come back. I don't know. Depends. This is stable at least. Alright. Decent. Okay, sphere still needs work. Sphere definitely still needs work. I could probably just do it as like a point following thing, right? It would look way better. I might do it that way, we'll see. Alright. I'm gonna head to dinner. Thank you for tuning in, folks. Star the Puffer on GitHub. Stars, he's hungry.